I wanna smash it up, I wanna break it down, I want a wall of tears to wash away. Thunder, thunder, lightning ahead. Thunder, thunder, lightning. Thunder, thunder, lightning ahead. Now I kiss you dark and long. Filled with tinted girls, a motel frills. What a laugh. You was done up there, mate.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for tuning in to the Liberty Report. Today we have Daniel McAdams, our co-host. Daniel, good to see you this morning.
Happy Monday, Dr. Paul. How are you today?
Doing well, doing
Good.
well. Checking up on matters, and same old, same old. They're still spending money.
Yeah.
And we still have some problems, foreign policy and financial. Other than that, things are looking good. But I want to start off with one little clip that was on Zero Hedge. It's just a reiteration of what we've been saying, but it doesn't hurt to repeat it and try to warn more and more people. But the article was entitled, "The Big Bill, the Bigger Deficit. How Washington's Spending Spree Could Break the Dollar." Of course, I think we can endorse that concern. And it starts off with the big, beautiful bill recently passing. The Treasury is on track to add another $3.3 trillion to the national debt. That's a hefty debt.
Yeah.
And it took a long time to spend $1 trillion in this country, many, many years. That on top of already record-breaking spending and annual deficits to top $2 trillion this year. Well, boy, that is a concern, that the Congress should be expressing. But it seems to me like they're almost oblivious to it.
Yeah.
And it's like they're in denial, or they think, well, why don't we get it while the getting's good, see what we can get for our district, and all kinds of rationalization. But and another point was made here, which we talk about a whole lot, is when you see the debt going up here, now the interest payments are definitely above the military. And of course, the military should be real low. So if we had our military spending and that aggressive Department of Defense, so-called defense, it would even be much lower, much lower, because we wouldn't be depending on borrowed money to do all these things, whether it's the welfare state or the warfare state. But it's continuing, and I think that it's unlikely that all of a sudden they're going to change their ways, because it is a fact of life that the people in Congress find the pain of immediately cutting something to be greater than the pain that they can be in denial of. But I happen to think that we're slowly and steadily losing our liberties. The deficit gets bigger. There's a bit closer and closer to a major revamping of the dollar system, and the conditions here that they don't want to mess with by cutting. They could just make a token cut. And yet, at the beginning of this new administration and after the last election, I thought the expression of the American people was rather clear. We want cuts, and there was some good news coming out of there. But they talked about it, and people, claimed credit for being fiscally conservative, but they never followed through. Nothing was cut. So I don't know what can be done to wake up the people, but we're doing our darndest to make sure that people wake up. And if you can't gradually improve things by cutting back, you better gradually learn a whole lot about survival in bad times. And already there are a lot of people in this country that are suffering from bad times, and they're being ignored. And it seems like some of the very wealthy companies have been getting bailouts as usual, and the whole system of inflation is designed to help the very wealthy, and it's designed to have the middle class and the poor pay the bills. So we will continue to argue the case for a free market economy and sound money, and start by just paying attention to the Constitution.
That's a good idea, Dr. Paul, but unfortunately our first main story of the day is not a very good step in that direction. Put that first one up. Now, you sent this over on yesterday. Everyone's talking about it. This is from Politico. Trump White House takes $10 billion stake in Intel. That's interesting. They bought 10% of Intel. The next one says President Donald Trump on Friday said the U.S. government had reached a deal to take 10% equity stake in the chipmaker Intel, worth approximately $10 billion. Quote from Trump, "I said I think it'd be good having the United States as your partner." The CEO of Intel agreed, and they've agreed to do it. And to go to the next one, you can see Lutnick, the Treasury Secretary, shaking hands with the CEO of Intel. They both look very happy. Howard Lutnick says, big news. The United States of America now owns 10% of Intel, one of our great American technology companies. This historic agreement strengthens U.S. leadership in semiconductors, which will grow our economy and help secure America's technological aid. Thanks to the CEO for striking a deal. Dr. Paul, I just have to ask, do you think, put that back up just for a second, do you think that the government taking a big stake in Intel strengthens our leadership in semiconductors and grows our economy?
Well, maybe they're worried about how weak it's going to get, and maybe they're trying to prevent it. No, it's a disaster. And in the very, very small print on Politico, and I sort of like to look and see what Politico's saying, but in the very small print, I almost had to get my glasses out to read it. It says, it's an unusual deal with the struggling chip maker, and the U.S. takes a holding in a private company. And it said, I think it's different and worse, but other people who want to make excuses for this say, oh, they've been doing this for years. They give they pay they give benefits to companies all the time. They have regulations that they can manipulate. They have loans that can be made and manipulated. So there's a lot of things going on, and I still think that people have to be careful and define what they're talking about because people, and I come close to saying this is fascist, but we don't have fascism yet. We have corporatism. We have the benefits going to the corporations, and of course I remember reading in Human Action that Mises said, yes, that's the way it starts, but it is the road to fascism. So I think that is what's happening, and people will be lulled into this. And but I think it's a significant step because there is so much support for the big companies. I even mentioned that in the opening statement. They get by, and it's the poor people that suffer the consequences. But technically, no, we're not quite there at fascism. But Mises's argument was this is the step, and it usually always ends up with more tyrannical power in the government because there will always be the temptation to regulate and take care of the special interest that keeps the particular government in place. And so I'm not reassured by those who are saying, oh, we've had a lot of this messing around, but we didn't have free markets. They didn't mess around with free market ideas. They messed around with interventionism and inflationism and regulatory system and warmongering, all these things. So to say that we've been doing this and working with corporations, therefore we shouldn't worry about that, I think that's a hoax. I think this is enough to think people should be more concerned because it's so blatant, it's so much on the opening, and I don't know whether we've ever bought stock so blatantly and say, oh, we own 10% of Intel now. Wonderful! This is wonderful. We're good investors, and we have a businessman running the country, so this is all going to be good, and maybe our taxes will go down.
Yeah, don't hold your breath on that. It really displays a shocking mentality that Howard Lutnick believes that the government taking control of private sector strengthens the private sector and strengthens the economy. But if that's the measure, then why doesn't the government just take over all businesses? If that's actually an improvement, if the government can run it better, then what's to stop them from taking over every company or taking a stake in every company?
Well, you might ask, why doesn't the government just get away and drop it and let them make the decisions and solve their problems instead of stealing with one group and helping the other one? And we've mentioned that principle in foreign policy. We take money from poor people in this country and we say, oh, we're going to help somebody out in another country because there's a good revolution going on there. We want to help the good guy. And the bad guys end up getting the money. So I think the principle of liberty can be so adaptable if people would use it and understand it. But they can't see very far in the future. They say, well, we see somebody invading a country and we have to do something, or we see a problem, this company is going to go bankrupt and we can't let it go bankrupt, and so we have to prop it up. And this is again, I don't know whether they use that as an excuse, but it's obviously part of it. I mean, why would they buy this stock? The secondary thing is, well, we don't want them to fail.
Yeah. Well, people do have short attention spans and short memories, but it really was only the beginning of this month. If you talk about why they have problems at Intel, go to that next one. Here's what Trump posted on Truth Social on August 7th. He said the CEO of Intel is highly conflicted and must resign immediately. There is no other solution to this problem. Thank you for your attention to this problem. So he's now picking and choosing who gets to run companies. But when he did that, put on the next one, it had an effect, of course, on the company. If you put the next one on, President Trump called, this is from NBC News, called on Intel CEO Lip Bhutan to resign on Thursday. That was earlier this month, prompting a slide in the technology company's stock. Intel did not immediately respond to CBS Money Watch's request for a comment. Its shares slipped 64 cents or 3% on Thursday. So Trump said that the Intel CEO has got to go, and then their stock dips, and then the U.S. buys 10% of the company. Now, why did Trump say that? He didn't explain it in his post on Truth Social. But if you go to the next one, it had to do with the typical thing that Trump always does, which is listening to the last person he says. Apparently, Tom Cotton, our favorite senator, he's a peace-loving, real pro-America senator. So Tom Cotton wrote him a letter. He sent it to President Trump. And this is what he said. Mr. Tan, which is the CEO, reportedly controls dozens of Chinese companies and has a stake in hundreds of Chinese advanced manufacturing chip firms. At least 8 of these companies reportedly have ties to the Chinese People's Liberation Army. So that's all it took. There's no evidence. Just Tom Cotton, who's a well-known warmonger who hates China and wants to go to war with China, he writes a letter to Trump saying, well, reportedly, this guy's a bad guy. And Trump goes on to say he's got to go.
You know, I remember one time somebody said, we'd do much better if we just had a phone book and flipped it open and picked people from that for our Congress. And I keep thinking that maybe if they would flip a coin on some of this stuff and making their decision, that would be better off than all their explanation, because most of the time, they lie, and they say, well, we do a little spinning. But it's always special interests and groups banding together to enhance their wealth, and that works good. We were very wealthy. We're getting poorer. We had a powerful currency. It's getting weaker, and I think the end stages are whispering at us, and it's getting louder and louder. That doesn't mean that tomorrow the whole thing disappears, but it might be that what if the homeless and the people who are hungry right now, those numbers are going up. What if it goes up 20% next month or 2 months from now or next year? You don't know what the speed is, but then there's ultimately, if Mises is right, he says ultimately then there's a calamity and everybody throws in the towel. And they haven't done this yet. They take their towel and they go to the governments. They say, oh, God, you help us out.
Help us out. Well, here's how they're doing it. This is from the Politico article. If you turn that next one on. Intel posted details of the plan soon afterwards, saying the administration would make an $8.9 billion investment in Intel common stock, paid for with CHIPS grant money. The company said the stake would be funded with $5.7 billion in grants previously awarded but not yet paid from the Defense Department program. So this CHIPS money, you're talking about the problem with Congress. This CHIPS money is money that Congress appropriated, authorized to be spent to prop up our chip manufacturing sector. Now, it wasn't supposed to be used to buy companies, but it was still used for a bad purpose. Well, there are some critiques of this, Dr. Paul. If you go to the next one, one of them is Senator Tom Tillis from North Carolina, who makes a pretty good point. He says, I don't care if it's a dollar or $1 billion stake in an American company. That starts feeling like a semi-state-owned enterprise, a la the Chinese Communist Party, he said. You're going to have to explain to me how this reconciles with free market capitalism. So ironically, to compete with China, the U.S. government is behaving like China and taking stakes in companies.
It's unbelievable how they can tolerate that and sleep well at night. And it's always back to the question, is it conspiratorial or are they just stupid and they're well-intended? But I think they don't think deeply enough on the ramifications. But I think they've been taught, how many of these members of Congress have we, when we were there, how many did we meet? You could get a handful that actually have heard about capitalism and free market economy and Austrian economic.
Yeah.
And the rest is all the pablum that comes out of the universities now. And now that we look at their endowments, we find out they're dependent on government money.
Exactly. The circle is squared. Well, Thomas Massey also had a good critique of this, and I think if you put that one next one up, he makes a very good point. He says, our government should not have ownership in private companies. There are so many specific problems with an arrangement like this, but fundamentally, this is not who we are as a country, which I think is a very subtle way of saying this is not how we do things. But, going back to our friend and colleague Chris Rossini, we did a little piece that he wrote over the weekend. We put it up on ronpaulinstitute.org website, and he explains it really well, as Chris always does. I'll put that next one up. The article is titled, Why the U.S. Government's Stake in Intel is Fascism, Not Communism, because, all the right-wing influencers that were complaining were talking about how it's communism, and Chris points out, no, it's actually not. And he explains it here. If you go to the next one, fascism is usually the go-to for the powers that shouldn't be because there's a hint of rationality that keeps it from dying quickly. With fascism, government and corporations are separate but act as one. As opposed to communism, government isn't the sole owner of capital. But now what's wrong with that? Go to the next one. What's the problem with it? The Chris explains it very well. Corporations tied to government are kept in business when they should go bankrupt. Resources that should be freed to do more positive things, productive things, are instead kept in losing ventures. With fascism, the big decisions and investments are made not for the consumers, but for the power of the government. The corporations are arms of the state. Government won't censor you, the corporation will, on behalf of the government. Government won't counterfeit money, the private bank will, on behalf of the government. Very good explanation of why this is not a good idea.
And there are economic indicators that they could look at, but they look at and interpret them incorrectly. And that is interest rate. Interest rates are very, very valuable if you're trying to figure out what the market's dealing with. It's supply and demand and investment and what the people are buying and selling. So it's critical that they do that. But what is the biggest argument right now in the country? It's what the interest rate should be, and they're really fighting over there and the whole thing. I always look for a healthy debate upon the Federal Reserve and what they're going to do and when they're going to audit it and then alter it. But that isn't what's happening now. It's who's going to be in charge, who's going to be the kingpin, who will be the decider. And right now, Powell is considered to be the decider, but I'm sure he has a few people in the deep state that's whispering in his ears. But the administration would like to have more power, and that's why they're arguing against, the secrecy of the Federal Reserve, that they can deal with it. But, of course, our argument to have a better understanding of what Chris is talking about, you have to have good indicators that you can trust, and that would be, first thing off is free market and monetary policy and sound money.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll move on to our second one, and this is a small one, if you put that up. Now, J.D. Vance, who there's a lot to admire about, there's no question about that. He was on Meet the Press on Sunday, and he was talking about Ukraine. Now, and I understand that he has a lot of pressure. He certainly can't criticize his boss. But he said a couple of things are just wrong. And this is indicative, Dr. Paul, of why the problem can't be solved. The problem of Russia and Ukraine can't be solved because the decision makers in our government don't understand it and actually are trotting out just plain old falsehoods. Now, Russia made significant concessions on Ukraine talks. Trump still has lots of cards to play, said Vance. He was on Meet the Press. He claimed that President Trump still has a lot of cards to play to apply pressure to end the war. I think the Russians have made significant concessions to President Trump for the first time in 3.5 years of the conflict, which they haven't made any concessions. Go to the next one now. Now, here's what he explains as a major concession. The vice president suggested that while Russia indeed has maintained the upper hand, it's been unable to do everything it wants. Quote, they've recognized that they're not going to be able to install a puppet regime in Kiev. That was, of course, a major demand at the beginning, which is just factually not true. They never talked about wanting to put a government in Kiev. The Russians never did. So he doesn't understand that part. And again, it's difficult when you don't understand the problem. Now go to the next one. And importantly, said Vance, they've acknowledged that there's going to be some security guarantee to the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Well, they've been saying that for a long time, Dr. Paul. The dispute is who are the guarantors of this security guarantee, and the Russians have said since 2022 that Russia is one of the guarantors of this, and this hasn't changed. So, again, it's just a problem, Dr. Paul, of not understanding the policy.
You know, we ask the question, who should be making these decisions? Really, the people who should be making the decision are the people who have to fight them.
Yeah.
But they never get a vote in the situation, and somebody else is doing the voting and sending them off to war. But if they could get away with that, the soldiers. But what about the whole idea of our management of this debate? I mean, we're it. Everybody, no matter what Zelensky says, we pay attention a little bit to Russia and all that. But the concentration, Europe, all the European countries, why are we there?
Yeah.
They say, well, we have the money and the power, and we're the smartest, and we have to bring peace to the world. And that's why situations like this with empire, people maintaining empires, that's why we're involved there. It's empire building. That eventually empires fade away because they spend beyond their means. I mentioned a few items on the way to the start of the program, and we're approaching that. So maybe the one thing that would be a blessing would be that we don't think we should be. But we should not be for moral reasons, for constitutional reasons. We shouldn't have to wait till we bankrupt ourselves, because that doesn't make any sense either. And the people who get the power are the ones who can control the purse and get the bailouts as the value of the money dwindles. And that's why there's a grab bag up there, and boy, they are hogging it up. When you talk about these numbers, like $3 trillion deficit.
It's incredible. Well, I'm going to close out, Dr. Paula, on my behalf by asking people to, if you put that last clip up, something very simple. Just go to ronpaulinstitute.org, and I recommend you go there every day and read our articles. We don't put out a ton of articles. We put out the 2 or 3 articles we think that you would benefit most from reading. And on top of our page today is Dr. Paul's weekly column, which will go up again soon on audio. But I would also like to direct you to that button up there in the middle called subscribe. Just click that and subscribe to Ron Paul Institute updates. We do not bombard you with emails, and we do not give out your information, rent it out, or give it out whatsoever. But I did over the weekend, Dr. Paul, get all of the speeches from our conference from our friends over at Seymour Mac Productions, the group that does the recording for us. Great company, by the way. And I'm in the process of putting them up. What I will do when they are up is to first send out a notice to our subscribers with links on how you can watch those speeches, whether you were at the event or whether you weren't and are interested in seeing them. So hit that subscribe, put in your info, and that will help us get you the information you want first, including when will our next conference be, which I've heard that question several times recently. So you'll hear it first if you subscribe to RPI. Over to you, Dr. Paul.
Very, very good. And I think one thing that I would urge people to do is try to understand how we got into this predicament. And it seems like there's not much concentration on this, and we talk about it all the time. You know, it's spending money. Well, why are we doing this, and why is the system not working? And why don't we listen to the Constitution? And why do we accept these ideas? And why do we have troops all around the world? And there are various reasons for them. Very often it's power and money, almost always. But it's not there spreading liberty. I think one of our moral obligations as a nation that believed and preached the gospel of freedom and liberty, we should spread our message, but it should be done in a certain way, not with guns and bullets and pressure and bullying. It should be done through persuasion. So we should be setting an example for the world and see that we're doing quite well. And people want to say, why aren't we doing it like America? But the majority of the countries in the world, my guess would be that they're getting annoyed with us telling how they should be like America, and we should be your boss, and we'll get you there as long as you listen to what we tell you to do. There's a better way, and it can be found in the cause of liberty. I want to thank everybody for tuning in today to the Liberty Report. Please come back soon.
Hey everyone, Whitney Webb here. So I'm doing a video by myself, which I normally don't do, mainly because I'm not a monologuer, unlike some of my colleagues who can do that for multiple hours every day. That is a gift, unfortunately, I do not possess, but I'm going to be doing my best. So the reason I'm doing this video is because someone I know who is right-leaning sent me a criticism of my book, One Nation Under Blackmail, so specifically Volume 1, specifically Chapter 2 of Volume 1. The lady doing the criticism is named Diana Watson. The link to her video criticizing the book and my sourcing is in the show notes. So I'm not familiar with Diana, but she makes it very clear in the video that she is also an author. And her book is called American Betrayal. I'm not familiar with it or with her, but I did take the time to watch her video. It is 29 minutes long, and her criticism of my work is about 1 minute or 2 minutes, maybe, of that 29 minutes. So basically, there's a couple things I want to say about her video in general, my takeaways, but I want the focus of this video and the way I'm going to start it off will reflect that. I want to show my sourcing and my evidence, and then I'll deal with some of her more specific criticisms, general criticisms of the book, which, by the way, I want to point out, as she states in her video, she has not finished Volume 1. Her criticism is of Chapter 2, and it's clear to me from her criticism that at the most she's read the first 3 chapters of what is, a 10-chapter book that's about, close to 600 pages. So, she claims my thesis is shaky and whatnot, but is, basing that off of a very small portion of the actual book. So the part of the book that bothers her that she made this video about and that I'm going to be talking about today relates to former FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover and the allegation of his involvement in sexual blackmail operations. So basically, just like the title of this video, we are going to be looking at the evidence as I, discuss in the book for the claim that J. Edgar Hoover was sexually blackmailed, was involved in sexual blackmail operations, and that this involved the mafia and thus informed J. Edgar Hoover's well-known and documented, by the way, failure to go after organized crime in any meaningful way during his very lengthy time as FBI director. So if you watch Diana Watson's video, it should be pretty clear that her main complaint about my work and specifically this point in Chapter 2, which is, probably like a third, maybe less of one chapter in the book, is about my use of Anthony Summers as a source. So Anthony Summers is an Irish journalist. I believe he's deceased now. He formerly worked with the BBC. He wrote a book in the early 90s called Official and Confidential. It's not his only book, by the way. I mean, he's a pretty well-known author on some of these 60s intelligence type stuff. He wrote, for example, another book on Stephen Ward and the Profumo affair, which we'll probably talk a little bit about in this video as well. So her claim is that I cite Summers too much, and she claims that Summers is not a reliable source. And based on her video, her sole reason for believing that is because he was attacked in the press when his book came out by people who were both fans and not fans of J. Edgar Hoover in the mainstream media. In other words, mainstream media attacks of Summers' main claims, and that I didn't note in the book that his claims were so controversial at the time. But, for example, later on in the book, can't remember if it's volume 1, it's definitely referenced in volume 2. I reference Dark Alliance by Gary Webb, right? So people are probably familiar with that story, the drug running angle of Iran-Contra. And, Webb's reporting has since been proven very right. But unfortunately, when it came out, because he was basically proving and reporting that the CIA was involved in very scandalous activities with not just international but domestic implications, he was attacked very savagely in the mainstream press, even by people that are today sort of lionized as anti-establishment within the establishment, like Tucker Carlson, were adamantly attacking Gary Webb's work. And he lost his job, and people are probably in my audience, the people that read my work are probably familiar with his story. So I personally don't take mainstream media attacks of reporting as oh, I'm going to not engage with this person's information because mainstream media says it's bad. Okay, so I'd like to get into my book a little bit and talk about what I cite Summers saying, and then Summers' own process. So, okay, so if you have my book or are familiar with it, I'm starting on page 55 of volume 1, which is within the booze and blackmail chapter. I'm talking about Louis Rosenstein in this particular section. It's called The King of Bourbon and Blackmail. So I basically talk about references. I start off talking about Louis Rosenstein. Louis Rosenstein is a liquor baron of the mid-early 20th century. He has documented organized crime ties, which Diana Watson does not dispute. She actually doesn't really talk about Louis Rosenstein at all in her criticism of my work. So I start off that section talking about how, according to Nicholas Faith, who's a former writer for The Economist and author of a pretty exhaustive biography of the Bronfman family, that Louis Rosenstein was known to bug devices throughout his offices, that he would spy on his employees, he would compromise them with conversations that were recorded by devices that Rosenstein had placed throughout the premises and were recorded, of course, without those employees' knowledge. And in the same book by Nicholas Faith, there is allegations reported about Rosenstein having placed microphones throughout his home, not just his factory offices, to record conversations that took place at social events he hosted for the alleged purpose of obtaining potential blackmail. And so, as I note here, several sources reported to the 1971 New York State Legislative Committee on Crime that Rosenstein's Manhattan home had been, quote unquote, wired from roof to basement with hidden microphones so that he could spy on visitors and staff. And I note here that the person that installed this equipment in Rosenstein's home was Fred Otash, who was an infamous private detective who had been recruited to install spying surveillance equipment on people like the Kennedy family, Marilyn Monroe, and other famous people of the era. Okay, so one of the sources in this section is Anthony Summers' book, Official and Confidential, which we'll get to in a second, but not exclusively. So some of the other stuff, as I mentioned earlier, comes from Nicholas Faith when talking about Rosenstein, including the allegation that Rosenstein was bisexual and was known among Shinley, his company, Shinley Liquors, Shinley office employees as Rosie, because his, promiscuity and his, secret sex life, I guess you could say, was well known in and around the workplace. So presumably in his social circles as well. And so here I start citing Anthony Summers' Official and Confidential, his interviews with Susan Kaufman, who was Louis Rosenstein's fourth wife. And really, if you look into the criticisms of Anthony Summers' Official and Confidential, that is the person they go after most regularly when attacking Official, Confidential and Anthony Summers' work on Hoover. So some of the claims, this is starting on page 56. I talk about the claims about Rosenstein and how about Susan Kaufman, the fourth wife. So for some context, her previous husband before Louis Rosenstiel had been a closeted homosexual, and they ended up divorcing because he was uninterested in her. So she ends up marrying Louis Rosenstiel and discovers, per her recollection, of course, that he was interested in men also, like her previous husband, and talked about some of his associates, like Roy Cohn, who I talk a lot about in the book, and about how Cohn, who, by the way, in the 50s, is chief counsel of the McCarthy hearings, that he had been, that he and Rosenstiel were sort of involved in some of these quote unquote bisexual antics together, along with people like Cardinal Spellman, who, like Hoover, the idea a few decades ago of them being homosexual or closeted homosexual was treated as almost seditious, basically. But at least in the case of Cardinal Spellman, it's essentially, very much acknowledged these days. And there's other sources far beyond Summers that corroborate the closeted, activities of Hoover himself. So we can get into some of that in a little bit. So basically, Kaufman claims that in 1958, she accompanied Louis Rosenstiel to the Plaza Hotel at New York. And there was basically some sort of sexual blackmail operation going on when you read about what she observed. But basically, you have Hoover, Cohn, and Rosenstiel there, as well as other people. And there are underage boys, and there is basically, orgies going on here. And it's obviously kind of nasty stuff, to say the very least. So these are basically quote unquote parties where these types of activities happen. Rosenstiel had a penchant for bugging his offices and his factory. The allegation is made that he also, or someone was bugging the Plaza Hotel while these activities were ongoing. There's also the claim here that J. Edgar Hoover was a cross-dresser. So I do want to make it very clear that there is a difference between the claim that J. Edgar Hoover was involved with sexual blackmail stuff and that J. Edgar Hoover was a cross-dresser. Those are different claims. So my focus here is on sexual blackmail. I think there's a very good case for that, as I'll get into in a moment. The cross-dressing thing is not the focus of the book. It's not about secret cross-dressers in the U.S. government. It's very possible, though, that J. Edgar Hoover was one. And, especially now that you have, like, in the modern U.S. government, people in the military, like, coming out and having these sort of interests, if you want to call them that, in their private lives. It's really not that fantastical to assume that in decades prior, those same types of individuals were in the government. They just didn't feel like they could publicly express their interests in that sense in a public way, obviously, because it would have been very problematic for their careers. So as I note in the book here at the bottom of page 57, the allegations made by Kaufman regarding sex blackmail, Hoover, the Cohn, Plaza Hotel, and all of this resulted in considerable efforts to discredit her testimony, especially during the 1971 New York State Legislative Committee on Crime. Kaufman had agreed to serve as a witness for the state regarding her ex-husband's ties to organized crime figures. The very week that she was due to testify, Kaufman was hit with an quote-unquote attempted perjury charge that was regarded as unprecedented and bizarre by lawyers and outraged the committee's chairman and chief counsel. Kaufman still testified, but mostly behind closed doors in executive session. Her testimony several decades later, i.e. to this day, still remains sealed. Members of the committee believed at the time that the attempted perjury charges had been instigated by Louis Rosenstiel himself in order to prevent his wife from testifying, as he had previously used similar tactics to protect his corrupt dealings. This attempted perjury charge has since been used by some authors and writers to discredit Kaufman's later testimony regarding her ex-husband and his associates. So essentially, Susan Kaufman, as a source, has been quote unquote discredited by people that point out that she was hit with this charge, which is, by the way, attempted perjury. So perjury is when you lie under oath. So attempted perjury isn't perjury, is it? It's an attempt to commit perjury. So it obviously, if you go through the exercise of thinking about what attempted perjury would be, it's not the same as a perjury charge. And as noted here, this is it was particularly controversial, the charge against her, and she still testified, and her testified has remained sealed all of these years. Okay. So, this is something that Diana Watson did not bring up she didn't really talk about what I say in the book. She just complained that I had too many footnotes citing Anthony Summers. So now I think it's time that we look at how Anthony Summers has defended his work and some of the corroborating evidence for what he says, which I think is actually substantial, contrary to Diana Watson's claims. So let's go to that now. Okay, so I'll start here. This is from Official and Confidential, Anthony Summers' book from the early 90s that I guess is the main issue here. So he says, by far the loudest hoo-ha, however, was over the passage in this book, indicating that Hoover was homosexual, the information suggesting he liked to wear female clothing on occasion, and far more important, the possibility that knowledge of such peccadillos, I guess you say it, gave mafia bosses a hold over the director. Detractors said that my sources on Hoover's sexuality were unreliable. They sniped at me for reporting the claims of Susan Rosensteel, Susan Kaufman, who said she had seen Hoover dressed as a woman on the grounds that she herself was disreputable, going back to this attempted perjury claim. Anyway, Summers continues, my sources on Hoover's sexuality include a well-authenticated eyewitness, a longtime personal friend of Hoover and his principal lover, Clyde Tolson, and Hoover's psychiatrist widow. After hardback publication, I heard from Mary Gladhill, whose father, Vilman Buke, was a Danish newspaperman based in D.C. Many Danes used to contact my father when they came to Washington. I was present in the early 30s when he received a visit from a young Danish sailor about 19 years old who had been arrested for some homosexual offense. My father asked him how he had got out of jail, and the young fellow laughed and said, Mr. Hoover got me out. And he told how Hoover had taken him home with him, as if to explain. He said, Mr. Hoover is homosexual, end quote. In a speech to a writers' conference in the 80s, the novelist William Styron said that Hoover had once been spotted with his companion Clyde Tolson on the patio of a beach house in Malibu, California. There was the head of the FBI, said Styron, painting the toenails of his longtime male friend. Styron told me in 1993 that he received this information from a source he considered reliable. He believes the story to be, quote, absolutely true. Now, this particular allegation is something unrelated to Hoover that links J. Edgar Hoover to sex blackmail operations in the same period, more or less, in New York City. So, as I'll note here, this Plaza Hotel allegation becomes a lot more credible when you consider that it's J. Edgar Hoover's involvement in sex blackmail is not the only allegation of his involvement in sex blackmail operations is not limited to this Plaza Hotel situation. You also have, as referenced here, and we'll be talking about this more later, the chicken and the bull situation, and then also some odd ties to the Profumo affair, which is the subject of chapter 4 of this book, which, I don't believe Miss Watson got to that chapter by the time she made her criticism of the book. So anyway, he goes on to say, there has been a fresh development on the subject of the claim, which Diana Watson again says is shaky. But here he, in addition to what he reports in his book, which I cite in my book, he says the sex photograph of Hoover and Tolson was in the possession of James Angleton, the CIA counterintelligence chief. Former intelligence officer John Weitz, like Angleton, a veteran of the OSS, revealed that it was Angleton who years earlier showed him a similar picture of the two men. Whether or not they were authentic, there can be little doubt that such photographs did exist and that Angleton believed they could be used to intimidate Hoover. So we'll get into the picture a little bit later because there's other sources that discuss that. So anyway. He goes on to return to Susan Rosensteel, whose maiden name is Kaufman. And I believe after her divorce from Rosensteel, she reverted back to Susan Kaufman. So he says, Hoover's defenders maintain that Mrs. Rosensteel was not a credible source because she pleaded guilty to an attempted perjury charge in 1971. I told readers this, but unlike the critics, also explained the context. The very week the charge was brought, the New York State Legislative Committee on Crime had planned to produce Mrs. Rosensteel as a witness to her husband's links to the mafia. The committee's chairman and chief counsel was outraged at the perjury development. The perjury charge was brought in connection with a 1969 civil suit, a move lawyers considered unprecedented and bizarre. Committee officials believed it was instigated by Rosenfield himself. Anyway, this is stuff I already read from my book, quoting Summers, so I won't rehash it here. So those trying to discredit Mrs. Rosensteel claim that she was reputedly an alcoholic with mental problems. And he conducted a lot of extended interviews with the woman for his book, and he did not find any evidence to support these accusations, according to Summers' estimation. He instead, in talking to the former chief counsel for that same crime committee, former New York Judge Edward McLaughlin and committee investigator William Gallinero, found Mrs. Rosensteel, both of those individuals on the committee found her to be an exceptionally good witness because remember, as I said, she did testify, right? I thought her absolutely truthful, McLaughlin later told Summers. The woman's power of recall was phenomenal. Everything she said was checked and double checked, and everything that was checkable turned out to be true. Although this assessment of Mrs. Rosensteel is in this book, it was not quoted in a single newspaper. So Diana Watson claims that essentially Summers' book is poorly sourced and unbelievable in regards to this reporting about Hoover. In her video, which is in the show notes, you can listen to her talk about how she in her own work has cited people who were the only source for a particular allegation and claims that unlike my work, there was efforts to corroborate that single witness. But I would say what you're seeing here from Summers is his efforts to corroborate Susan Kaufman Rosensteel's reliability as a witness. And if you're interviewing people like this, people that were in charge of the crime committee, the chief counsel, committee investigators, that they found her to be absolutely truthful, super reliable, that all the information that they could check that she was providing was true and verifiable. I mean, if you look at how Diana Watson describes her case study and using that type of sourcing, it seems, fair to use Susan Kaufman as a source. Anyway, moving on. So critic after critic, on the other hand, asserted scornfully that Mrs. Rosensteel was the only witness to speak of Hoover's alleged cross-dressing. And he notes here that in his book, and if you go and read it, it's on archive.org in the show notes. We can link to that. That there were two different witnesses who learned of Hoover's alleged penchant for women's clothing at a different time and place than those described by Mrs. Rosensteel. And these second two witnesses had never heard of Susan Rosensteel, and their story was unknown to her. So there were other people aside from Mrs. Rosensteel interviewed by Summers who corroborated Rosensteel's claims in this regard. Okay. And then he goes on to say, and we'll get into some of this information here or elsewhere as well, that he received FBI files on Lewis and Susan Rosensteel that were FBI files, and they contain information about the very odd relationship between Hoover and Lewis Rosensteel, which I talk about pretty extensively in the book, and also the odd relationship with Roy Cohn. Again, returning to the pictures that Susan Kaufman allegedly had. So he makes reference to those in his book, and I cite some of that in here. But as it notes here, Summers talked to Mary Nichols of the Philadelphia Inquirer, who had previously met Susan Rosensteel and had herself seen the pictures. So he obviously here is making a major effort to corroborate as much as he can about Susan Kaufman's claim. So the idea that it's just a hearsay argument from Susan Kaufman, Susan Rosensteel, I really don't think is fair. And there is a lot of corroborating evidence that we'll be getting into later in this video. So here Mary Nichols says she did have suitcases of photographs that she hauled away from her marriage to Lewis Rosensteel. The ones I saw showed Hoover, Roy Cohn, and Rosensteel at all sorts of social events with mobsters. So, you may not want to believe the sexual blackmail claim, fine, but it's very hard to argue that Hoover did not associate with people who have documented organized crime connections, Roy Cohn and Lewis Rosensteel being the most obvious of those. So if he's affiliated with organized crime and doesn't go at affiliates and doesn't go after organized crime as the director, obviously something is stinky there. Yeah. And when you consider the fact that both Roy Cohn and Lewis Rosensteel had these secret sex lives, and that Hoover, from other sources besides Summers, which we'll get into in a second, claimed that Hoover also had this secret sex life, and that Hoover was tied to other sexual blackmail operations, including the Chicken and the Bulls extortion ring that targeted specifically gay men, like the Plaza Hotel one was alleged to have. You start to see a lot more corroboration, and it becomes a lot more credible story, especially when you consider how extensively, as noted here, Summers vetted Susan Kaufman before putting her account in his story. Yeah. All right. So anyway, here he talks about Ronald Kessler, who was one of the people that attacked him most extensively. I won't say a lot about Ronald Kessler, except that he's one of the quote unquote official biographers of the FBI and the CIA and the national security state in general. And more often than not, authors in sort of that mainstream tier tend to rely on they tend to make agreements with these agencies in order for access to information from those agencies. So think of it similar to the way that the Pentagon, quote unquote, approves movie scripts that portray the military. And they don't want what they say is an inaccurate portrayal of the military, but this almost often means a negative. They don't want a negative portrayal of that. So a lot of times these big time authors that are like the establishment biographer of certain intelligence agents or certain institutions of the national security state or the FBI and things like that tend to have a similar relationship there, right? So I'll just leave that there about Ronald Kessler. And here, if you're interested in reading again, Summers' book will be linked here. You can read specifically about his claims in that regard. So here are some of the claims about from Summers, citing top people in the FBI in their view about how he handled organized crime. So here's or rather did not handle the organized crime situation. So here it says Thomas Shear, special agent in charge of the FBI's criminal division in New York in 1983 after Hoover's death, spoke of the daunting side of the mafia threat at that time. Quote, "We had to take a different approach because of the enormous strength of organized crime in this area. I candidly believe the end result will be devastating for the 5 families, but it also raises questions about what the FBI has been doing for 60 years, end quote. Congressional crime consultant Ralph Salerno, interviewed in 1993, said Hoover's position, quote, allowed organized crime to grow very strong in economic and political terms so that it became a much bigger threat to the well-being of this country than it would have been if it had been addressed much sooner. I think if they could have been attacked before they grew, before they got wealth, before they got the knowledge, organized crime could have been nipped in the bud and never would have grown as strong as it got to be in later decades, end quote. And then he adds another FBI agent in charge named Neil Welsh, who praised Summers' book. He says of Summers' book, Official and Confidential is a powerful indictment of both the presidents and the Congress, which allowed one man to have such enormous power over the nation's law enforcement machinery with no real accountability. FBI agents in the field could have been vastly more effective in their war on crime if the issues raised by Official and Confidential had been responsibly addressed in the public dialogue while Hoover lived, end quote. So if you decided to watch Diana Watson's criticism, you will have heard none of this. She basically treats Anthony Summers of having been dragged through the mud, and rightly so in her opinion, by most people that read this book. But you're having several FBI agents, and also as a Summers' work in Official and Confidential is cited by multiple other authors who I end up including in my endnotes to show that it's not just this one book. Other people think and have found Summers' reporting here to be credible, as do I, because as I've noted here, and this is just in a forward in a subsequent edition, there was efforts on his part to corroborate Susan Kaufman Rosensteel's testimony, and he also cites people aside from Susan Kaufman, so he's not relying on just a hearsay source without any effort to do due diligence or follow up. So I unfortunately have to conclude that it seems like Diana Watson either did not engage with this information that Summers has put out in the past defending his reporting, or she is biased in favor of the people that seem to defend Hoover's legacy, which is very possible because she, treats sort of the claims of sexual blackmail, of cross-dressing, and all of this as, to use her words, a multi-generational slander against Hoover. And honestly, I don't think that's very fair. So we'll get into some of the stuff outside of Summers here now. All right, so now here we're in a different book that is completely unrelated to Anthony Summers and Official and Confidential. It's by Burton Hirsch. It's called Bobby and J. Edgar. It's about the antipathy in between Bobby Kennedy and J. Edgar Hoover, which I also talk about a bit in my book in volume 1. So here we're on page 87 and 88 of Burton Hirsch's book. It says, despite efforts at every level to explain away the scandalous stories, enough kept breaking loose to suggest that Summers was onto something. So here at this top part, he's citing Anthony Summers. But then talking about allegations apart from Summers, right? So here he's noting an article in the New York Post that was published in February 1993 by Murray Weiss. In that particular report in the New York Post documents the 1966 probe of an extortion ring by Manhattan District Attorney Frank Hogan's racket squad. It says, the Chicken and the Bulls, as the extortionists called themselves, sent young men into hotel and airport bars to proposition distinguished-looking male visitors and lead them to hotel rooms. Other members of the gang would burst in posing as police detectives and shake the victims down. Organized by Sherman Kaminsky and Edward Murphy, the gang entrapped a wide range of educators and entertainers, a lot of military brass. One Admiral William Church killed himself rather than risk disclosure, and the prominent Congressman Peter Frayling Hewson. A photo turned up of Hoover himself posing amiably with Kaminsky, while Clyde Tolson had reportedly, quote, fallen victim to the extortion ring. So these are claims completely unrelated to Anthony Summers, completely different sourcing, and complete different extortion ring being published in a mainstream media outlet, the New York Post, in 1993 by an author named Murray Weiss, who, by the way, to this day stands behind his story here. So Weiss's investigation is cited by Hirsch, continues saying, at some point the FBI jumped into the investigation. Hoover's picture disappeared from the files, and Kaminsky went underground, subsisting for 11 years in Denver, raising rabbits and distributed wigs, one of Hoover's gifts for retrofitting reality. So here's another claim here that I do want to highlight as well. So this is a corroboration of the Plaza Hotel claim that, as far as I'm aware, is not really cited by Summers, but is cited here by Hirsch. So here it's talking about New York attorney John Klotz began to investigate Roy Cohn, also a lawyer later on in his career in New York, on behalf of a client. Declassified New York government files and spade work by a private detective substantiated the allegation that there was indeed a quote-unquote blue suite at the Plaza, Suite 233, just the same information given by Susan Kaufman. Klotz discovered, quote, Roy Cohn was providing protection. There were a bunch of pedophiles involved. That's where Cohn got his power from, blackmail, end quote. So again, there's additional corroboration to Susan Kaufman's claims, even outside of Summers. This is coming from a separate guy, an attorney, and declassified New York government files and the work of a private detective that were provided or obtained by Klotz. So again, I don't really think it's fair to say that this is all just a hearsay allegation. Okay, so let me get into a little bit more about the Chicken and the Bulls. So this is from the New York Times. It's talking about Sherman Kaminsky. So like it said in Hirsch's book, he was a fugitive for 11 years But in a previous article that I think is also from the New York Times that I include in the footnotes in the book, somehow Kaminsky, when he was being sentenced, escaped from the courthouse. What an amazing feat to escape from your sentencing hearing in a busy New York City courthouse without help from higher ups. Just gonna put that out there. But anyway, he again managed to escape. No one investigated him. He lived for 11 years doing other things. As it notes here in the New York Times, the cases of the extortion ring that he was doing in several cities, including New York, but I believe they were all on the eastern coast. Cases were said to involve large sums of money paid by, among others, congressmen, a general who committed suicide rather than being exposed as a homosexual, an admiral, several show business figures, and businessmen, according to investigators. So this is very significant. Yeah, this is a blackmail ring, sexual blackmail ring targeting homosexual men that Hoover, according to the New York Post, had an affiliation with of some type, or at least the affiliation with the man running this blackmail ring. Yeah, and it was going after very, very powerful people in the military, powerful people in the Congress, powerful people in the world of commerce, and also in the entertainment industries. Very significant. And as I noted earlier, reading Hirsch, the scheme involved using young homosexuals to lure and then compromise victims who were then forced to pay or be exposed to their family and friends as homosexuals. So, according to the FBI, Kaminsky lived for 11 years in Denver under an alias, Calvin Paley, and he ran a rabbit raising business and a hair replacement distributing concern. And he was eventually caught after 11 years. According to the FBI, they would not describe the circumstances that led to Mr. Kaminsky's arrest, except to say that the trail, which went cold shortly after he fled 11 years ago from the courthouse while he was being sentenced, had remained that way until a week ago. So very interesting situation there. And as I noted in the book, mainstream sources suggest that, cite that Kaminsky previously served in the IDF. So this is someone that's spanning New York and Israel during this period of time. And in the first 3 chapters, at least, and really elsewhere in the book, it's a recurrent theme that this particular network I'm tracing is relatively transnational with respect to those 2 countries. Yeah. So moving on, I have some other sources I want to go through as well. So here, this is an allegation, or this is a book by Michael Riebling called Wedge, From Pearl Harbor to 9/11, How the Secret War Between the FBI and the CIA Has Endangered National Security. And here are some interesting claims that are definitely worth looking on. So here it's talking about a lingering suspicion. And again, here on archive.org, this is page 247. I think I cite this book in my book, but I'm pretty sure I use a different edition, so the page numbers may be a bit different. So anyway, here it says, there was a lingering suspicion that Hoover had collected dirt on Donovan, meaning Bill Donovan, head of the OSS, and used it to keep him from becoming DCI. Old Donovan hands, like Helms, Richard Helms, I believe, would allege that Hoover played a, quote, very skillful game with knowledge of the sexual habits of prominent people. Houston would hint darkly that, quote, the last thing Wild Bill would have done was collect information about people and use it against him, which Hoover did all the time, end quote. If that kind of talk was an underground river in Washington during the FBI director's lifetime and a standard anti-Hoover allegation after his death, OSS veterans were its fountainhead. So continuing down here, down to the end of the century, FBI and CIA men would each tilt at the honor of the other's legendary founder, and the personal and interagency rivalries informed a smarmy politics of reputation. Hoover was said to have spread the rumor that Donovan had contracted syphilis and orgies with prostitutes, while Donovan's men may have been the genesis of a mafia homosexual blackmail thesis advanced after Hoover's death. OSS veterans said that Hoover lived, quote, queerly, and decades later, ex-CIA men like Richard Helms would insist that the FBI director had refused first to acknowledge and then to vigorously pursue the mafia. So, first of all, this totally demolishes, in my opinion, the claim that Anthony Summers' book is the only source for this mafia homosexual blackmail thesis about Hoover. Here you have this guy saying actually top people in the intelligence community were saying the same thing, and apparently long before Summers' book even came out. So that's another additional source to it. But what I do want to say here is I don't necessarily agree with how this is laid out here. So it's basically framed, at least as I read it, that either Bill Donovan was bad or Hoover was bad, depending on who you believe. As I know in the book, I talk about Bill Donovan too. I think both these guys are really dirty. And unlike a lot of other people coming at this type of material, I look at it as, both sides have a lot to hide. Yeah. And in talking about this particular era, whether it's pro-communist, anti-communist, whatever, both sides are very dirty. And if you're looking at the CIA and the FBI, both sides are very dirty, and both sides play very dirty, and both sides weaponize and use blackmail. And that is what I'm talking about at the beginning of the book. Now, there are people that have this idea or buy into these sort of legendary public images, these reputations of some of these famous figures in American history, like Hoover, for example, and think that this sort of behavior, it must have been an OSS lie or something like that. And as I noted earlier, we talked about earlier with Susan Kaufman, it's not just coming from people in the intelligence community. And I would wager that you're having, both of these guys, both of these different factions saying, look at them, they do this bad thing. And then the other side, look at them, they do this bad thing. In reality, they're both doing the bad thing. And it's all just a power struggle. It's a struggle for who's going to be on top. And they're using similar tactics, right? So as cited here, J. Edgar Hoover's use of blackmail is cited in a lot of work, and not just this particular book. David Talbot's the Devil's Chessboard talks a lot about that, and also about the sort of blackmail power struggles between Joe McCarthy, who again, Roy Cohn's working for him at this time, right? Between Joe McCarthy and Alan Dulles and some of these other factions as it relates to allegation of sexual impropriety on the part of Joseph McCarthy. There were allegations sort of fielded by people tied to Dulles that McCarthy was secretly gay, or that he was attracted to teenage girls, and all other sorts of allegations. So basically what you have is an environment where these allegations of blackmail and so on and so forth are going on around all the time to as part of a broader factional power struggle. And it's very clear from the evidence that Hoover was definitely wielded blackmail as a weapon. So a very good example of that is you can find in Citizen Cohn, which is Nicholas von Hoffman's biography of Roy Cohn, which I have here, talking about efforts by Hoover using Roy Cohn as an intermediary to attempt to blackmail Gallagher into holding hearings that would have been unfavorable to Bobby Kennedy, who was then Attorney General. And Gallagher would not go along. And so basically, media outlets, I believe Life Magazine and reporters there affiliated with Hoover, used very sketchy FBI sources after Hoover threatened Gallagher with this false story going in the media that there was going to be allegations about, really insane stuff about mafia ties, and then some guy is having sex with his wife. His wife is adulterous, and a person dies while they're engaging in adultery in Gallagher's house, and then Gallagher calls a mob boss to dispose of the body or something like that. And I know why in my book, why I don't think the Hoover account is very credible, but you have an account from Gallagher talking about how Hoover repeatedly threatened him with this kind of stuff as Cohn as an intermediary. And that sort of relationship of Cohn being an intermediary for Hoover is not exclusive to Gallagher either, as noted in Nicholas von Hoffman's work. So moving on from here. One thing I will say too is that you can find lots of mainstream media reports on the amounts of files that Hoover kept on friend and foe alike that were in his office and in safes and stuff. So his use of information, particularly damaging information, he was known to engage in these tactics. So if you're someone that uses this type of blackmail, whether sexual or otherwise, regularly, and you're seen alleged to have been tied to at this point sexual blackmail operations, the chicken of the bulls and this Plaza Hotel stuff, you if you're someone that wants to use that type of material and gain access to it, it would behoove you to have access to the operations that are obtaining that data, that information, as it were, right? So that would provide a potential motive here for why Hoover might have been involved in these activities. And let's see. So, and another thing I wanted to point out here. So this is from a book I cite called by Jerome Croth, Conspiracy in Camelot, which is about the JFK assassination. Here on page 236, there's a footnote here, not citing Summers, citing the San Jose Mercury News, which, if I'm not mistaken, that was Gary Webb's former outlet. Saying that while in the prior 30 years, mention of Hoover's homosexuality was almost seditious, it is now reaching widespread currency and is the butt of jokes at the highest levels of government. President Clinton, discussing the position of the head of the FBI, cracked that it would be, quote, hard to fill J. Edgar Hoover's pumps, end quote. Even conservative Bob Dole of Kansas chimed in when complimenting UPI reporter Helen Thomas for her lovely new dress. Dole said that it was from the new J. Edgar Hoover collection, end quote. So again, this is not something exclusive to Anthony Summers and, just a handful of writers. You even have people at the top levels of U.S. government after Hoover's dead, of course, making light of the fact of what was essentially, if you read a lot of these deep politics writers, an open secret in Washington, his affiliation or his relationship with people like Clyde Tolson and others. And, this is not an exhaustive look at that evidence. I'm just trying to, use some of the sources I cite in the book and show you that this information is not hearsay and exclusive to one poorly sourced claim. Yeah. So now I think it makes sense to look at Lewis Rosenstiel a bit. So this is about J. Edgar Hoover, Lewis Rosenstiel, and Roy Cohn and their odd relationship. But first, let's look at Lewis Rosenstiel at the New York Times. So this is 1971, part of this New York Committee on Organized Crime. The headline, as you can see here, is ex-head of Shenley Industries is linked to crime consortium being in quotes. So remember, this is Susan Kaufman Rosenstiel testifies at these hearings, and is going to be a witness about Lewis Rosenstiel's affiliation with organized crime. But her testimony is sealed behind closed doors, and there's efforts to discredit her right before she's due to testify. But as you'll see here, other sources that are not Susan Kaufman make the claim and argue that Lewis Rosenstiel had organized crime associations. So again, this is something that is not just alleged by Susan Kaufman. And so you have then a documented case of J. Edgar Hoover, as we'll see in a second, having a very cozy relationship with someone very close to organized crime, Lewis Rosenstiel. And then in addition, Roy Cohn, whose association with organized crime is a matter of public record. He was an organized crime lawyer. As I note throughout chapter 4, he had ties to organized crime affiliates going back to his early childhood. So, I mean, if you're going to argue that, J. Edgar Hoover wasn't involved with, organized crime connected people, I'm sorry, but that's just not what the evidence shows. So, anyway, here it says, a congressional investigator testified yesterday that Lewis Rosenstiel, the former chairman of Shenley Industries, was part of a consortium with underworld figures that bought liquor in Canada during Prohibition and sold it illegally in the United States. And I know some of this relationship earlier in chapter 2, also talking about the Rosenstiel-Bronfman connection, because Samuel Bronfman, as noted here, was a key part of said consortium. So here it's citing James P. Kelly, chief investigator for the Interstate and Foreign Commerce Committee of the House of Representatives, who appeared as a witness before this legislative committee on crime, said the other men in the consortium, along with Rosenstiel, were, as I note in the book, Mayor Lansky, Joseph Fusco, an associate of Al Capone, and Joseph Lindsay, a Boston man. Mr. Kelly identified as a convicted bootlegger. And if I'm not mistaken, Lindsay also had affiliations with Joe Kennedy, the father of John F. Kennedy and Robert Kennedy. So going on here, he talks about Rosenstiel's relationships with organized crime, that particular witness, Kelly. So that's someone unrelated again to Susan Kaufman Rosenstiel, talking about the organized crime connections. And then you have another person, an investigator for the Joint Legislative Committee on Crime, said that in future hearings, there would they would establish clear links between Mr. Rosensteel and underworld figures, particularly Lansky, who is now living in who's now living in Israel. And then here on this last bit, you have Kelly again saying that Mr. Rosensteel had important contacts in the underworld. And as I note in the book, you have also Mayor Lansky's wife saying that there were pictures of her and Rosensteel together, and several other claims about that relationship. But again, Diana Watson's video doesn't talk about Rosensteel or Roy Cohn really at all. I guess she doesn't view that as relevant, but I certainly do. All right, so here we have an article that's originally from the Washington Post. It's by Maxine Cheshire. It's called The Director, I believe. It might have a longer title, but I think it's just The Director. Anyway, here it says, a foundation financed by Shinley Industries' Louis Rosensteel has contributed more than $1 million to establish a separate foundation honoring FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. The president and one of the founding directors of the 4-year-old J. Edgar Hoover Foundation is Louis B. Nichols, who was number 2 man at the FBI until he left in 1957 to become executive vice president of Shinley's under Rosensteel. Nichols, a campaigner for President Nixon last year, reportedly has told associates he has the inside track as Hoover's replacement. The Hoover Foundation spent virtually none of the funds it received in its first 3 years of operation, according to records on file with the IRS. Most of the tiny amounts listed as spent between 1965 and 1967 were in connection with the Freedom Foundation at Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. The Hoover Foundation charter specified it would work closely with that foundation. Whiskey tycoon Rosensteel has been described as a father figure to Roy Cohn, the controversial one-time chief counsel for Senator Joseph McCarthy. Cohn is now under indictment in 2 separate federal cases in New York, which I again talk about those in chapter 4 of my book. The American Jewish League Against Communism, of which Cohn is president and founder, gave $500 to help start the Hoover Foundation. The foundation was incorporated in the District of Columbia in 1965. Cohn and Rosensteel have been closely associated for years. So have Rosensteel and Nichols, who friends credit with the idea of establishing the foundation as an appropriate tribute to Hoover. All 3 men are said to be personally devoted to Hoover. Okay, moving on. Oh, sorry, the full name is Director in the Foundation, then, of this particular article. So allegedly, Cohn caught Hoover's eye when the FBI director became impressed with the younger man's devotion to anti-communist activities. There's more to the story here, as pointed out in Citizen Cohn. The story of how they met doesn't make any sense, but can make better sense if you consider Susan Kaufman and also this other New York lawyer, John Klotz's allegations about the Plaza Hotel and the Blue Suite. So here it says, Hoover, according to a former Justice Department source who knows both the man well, showered Cohn with compliments and notes and photographs. Nichols, too, became a friend and admirer of Cohn's in the McCarthy era. Rosensteel and Nichols both retired from Shinley, the corporation, within the past year. And this is talking about Nixon relationship to Nichols and all of that. How Nichols created the J. Edgar Hoover Foundation, but essentially its holdings were contributed almost entirely by Louis Rosensteel himself, who committed about 1,000 shares of Shinley stock to the organization. Nichols himself also gave a small but undisclosed amount of Shinley stock. The Dorothy H. and Louis Rosensteel Foundation made a grant of $50,000 to the J. Edgar Hoover Foundation. The Rosensteel Foundation came up with an additional $1 million. The gift was made in the form of bonds from the Glen Alden Corporation, which took over Shinley Industries. This is Michelin Rickless's company. Rickless also took over the Rosensteel townhouse that had been allegedly bugged by Fred Otash for blackmail purposes. All right, so 2 former agents became vice president and directors, Donald J. Parsons and William G. Simon. And Hoover's former number 3 man at the FBI became secretary. And you have a lot of other people affiliated with Nichols and Hoover joining this particular group. And there's sort of a revolving door between the FBI and Shinley. Here you have NJL Piper was with Nichols in the FBI and is also a former Shinley official. The assistant treasurer is Nichols' former secretary at Shinley's. So obviously, It seems to me anyway that there's some weird stuff going on here with this foundation. It has suspect financials. It's in J. Edgar Hoover's name. It intimately involves Hoover's former number 2, who's sort of headhunted by Rosensteel, and there's, you know, a nexus developing here, to say the very least. And here it talks about how the foundation basically bought loads of J. Edgar Hoover's book about anti-communism and sent it all over the place, and didn't really do much other than that. All right, I'm going to turn to Citizen Cone now, which is a pretty exhaustive biography, at least in some regards, by Nicholas von Hoffman about Roy Cohn. So here on page 121, he's talking about how Roy Cohn had a grand jury about communism in the United Nations and had not found anybody he could indict. And so there was the creation of this thing called, of this presentment, where he was going to argue, well, it was allegedly, it was charging employees with subversion at the United Nations. And that could have been happening. You know, I'm not going to say that he was wrong necessarily, yeah. But I will say that, as at least as noted here, it had to be a presentment because there wasn't enough evidence to take it any further than that. And so it was regarded as defamatory, and at least where Roy Cohn was at the time, which I believe at a U.S. Attorney's office in New York, he was not able to get this pushed further along. Yeah. And as I note in chapter 4 of my book, Roy Cohn's ability to even get into that position, he was essentially propelled there because of his father's judgeship and also organized crime connections. And also his father, the judge, right, has a lot of troubling connections in and of itself, including to people tied to organized crime, which really shouldn't be that surprising when you consider Roy Cohn's later trajectory in life. So turning now to 123, in later years, Roy told an involuted story about how he forced his way upward through the FBI bureaucracy to talk to the already legendary J. Edgar Hoover about the presentment. So Nicholas von Hoffman doesn't believe Roy Cohn's story about how they met J. Edgar Hoover, but I would argue that what we talked about earlier today might help this make a little more sense, at least than it did to von Hoffman, who, again, this book was written before Summers' allegations were made public, right? So anyway, von Hoffman goes on to write, quote, the grand jury wanted to file a presentment. This is quoting Roy Cohn, by the way. The grand jury wanted to file a presentment, but the Department of Justice was trying to block it, and I was siding with the grand jury. The department was putting pressure on me to kill the presentment because they thought it would hurt the administration in the forthcoming election. Skipping a little bit ahead. I got absolutely no place except reported back to my, when I tried to arrange an appointment with Hoover through official channels, I got absolutely no place except reported back to my superiors in the Justice Department, who were all the more angry with Cohn. Just as I was leaving my office in Washington one day, the phone rang, and when I picked it up, a woman said, Mr. Cohn, Mr. Hoover is calling. Mr. Hoover came on the line and said, Roy, are you trying to see me? I said, you're darn right, I'm trying to see you. It's been rather difficult. Hoover said, whenever you want to see me, you just pick up the phone and ask for me, and you'll be able to see me. I said, well, when can I see you? And he said, come on over. Cohn continues, within 10 minutes, I was seated across the desk from him. He told me in the course of that conversation to go right ahead, to stick to my guns and do what I thought was the right thing to do. If they fired me on account of it, let them do it. The Truman administration, he said, was on his last legs, and if they fire you, they'll make a hero out of you, and I will publicly back you up. Cohn continues, here I was in my mid-20s, apparently engaged in a knockdown, drag-out fight with the heads of the Justice Department as to whether I would be allowed access to the director. I literally did not have a friend in the Justice Department, so on and so forth. And he goes, and then von Hoffman stops quoting Roy and says he did have friends in the Justice Department. And while Roy's version of how he met the director is not directly contradicted, it seems improbable. And von Hoffman goes on to say he deems it improbable because the only connection he could see at that point, before at this is, remember, supposed to be officially their first official ever interaction. Yeah. And all von Hoffman could find connecting the two men at this point when he's writing the book is George Sokolsky, who Cohn was sort of his protege, and Sokolsky was very close to Hoover. And so he makes the allegation here. And but then von Hoffman makes a very interesting claim at the end of this paragraph. He says Roy's account of what Hoover told him is a story that somebody with a dangerous secret to hide might tell. Interesting. According to Roy, the FBI director instructed him that when you want to see me, call me directly. Don't go through the channels. This Justice Department is the biggest gossip mill in Washington. The gossips there are worse than the perverts at the CIA. They are monitoring your calls at your own office across the way, and you no sooner phoned for this appointment than your boss was on the phone with us, warning that you were an insubordinate little troublemaker and that I shouldn't see you. Von Hoffman notes, this account is at odds with J. Edgar Hoover's reputation as one of the most adept of mountain goats in negotiating the trails and passes of the federal bureaucracy. Would such a young man be so compromisingly frank with a junior whom he'd only met recently, even if that junior came with a recommendation from George Sokolsky? Would merely sharing a political outlook on the dangers of communism be enough to seduce Hoover, who was never indiscreet, into such indiscretions as advising Cohn, all else failing, to threaten and quit, and back it up by calling a press conference if there were no other way to shake the presentiment loose? Some of Roy's unlikely stories do turn out to be true, but a life pattern of wily moves argues against Hoover's intriguing in a way that could easily be traced back to him. A few years later, Hoover apparently did render Roy invaluable, in helping him stay out of jail, but it was done obliquely through third parties. So anyway, von Hoffman doesn't necessarily believe that story, but if you consider what we talked about earlier, this Plaza Hotel stuff and this Rosenstiel-Cohn relationship with Hoover, it's very probable that before this official meeting, Cohn and Hoover had met before, albeit not officially, as part of this sort of covert, these covert, closeted activities that were going on at the time. All right, so in addition to what we have with Hoover and the chicken and the bulls, and then the Plaza Hotel allegations, as I mentioned a bit earlier, there's also the connection of Hoover and the FBI to another sexual blackmail kerfuffle, scandal, whatever you want to call it, of this same period, give or take, in the 60s. Involving sexual blackmail and also some weird FBI and Hoover and Roy Cohn connections. So this is in chapter 4, and I'm assuming Diana Watson didn't get this far in the book because it would make sense to cite it in light of her criticism, since I come back with Hoover and blackmail stuff that's unrelated to Anthony Summers here. So here I'm talking about the Profumo affair in its relation to a man named Thomas Corbally, who's an American but was in Britain at the time. So Profumo affair was essentially a British run sexual blackmail operation involving organized crime and intelligence. It brought down the conservative government of Harold Macmillan and later expanded to allegedly attempt but fail to sexually blackmail John F. Kennedy in the period between his election in 1960 and his inauguration the subsequent January. So reading here on page 133, talking about Thomas Corbally, who was involved in some ways in the Profumo affair. And before this page, I talk about that. I'm not going to go too in depth on that, but I'll just read from here on 133. So Hoover's FBI got the inside scoop from Corbally and began investigating other women of interest in Stephen Ward's circle, Stephen Ward being a key figure in the Profumo affair. While the Profumo affair was just beginning, Corbally kept the FBI informed of developments in the scandal through Roy Cohn, Corbally's longtime friend and attorney. So this is, again, Cohn acting as an intermediary for the FBI, as alleged by Neil Gallagher and other people. In the public release of the FBI case files on the affair, nicknamed the Bowtie Dossier, the information that Cohn gave to the FBI is entirely censored, as is a 17-page interview the FBI had with Corbally. One of the reasons for these extensive redaction likely owes to the ties between the other women associated with Stephen Ward and efforts to sexually blackmail John F. Kennedy. Then I talk about Peter Dale Scott, who references some other things, including a little bit from Anthony Summers regarding Hoover and some mob stuff that we've already talked about. It's that same allegation that we've been discussing. So anyway, here it comes to a different part. Peter Dale Scott is talking about a woman that was part of this ring that caused the Profumo affair. Her name, at least as used here, was Mariella Novotny, but she was born Stella Marie Capes, and was involved with Stephen Ward, among other people that were at the center of this nexus responsible for the Profumo affair. So this is why I bring her up specifically. So here, Novotny was after the Profumo affair, Novotny was subsequently whisked away from London to New York, where she began working as an upscale prostitute, servicing a lengthy list of powerful men out of 4 different apartments just months after she arrived. She had been brought to New York through her affair with Harry Allen Towers, a British television producer, and both were charged with operating a sexual blackmail ring in New York that specifically targeted UN diplomats and other men of influence. John F. Kennedy was reportedly one of her quote-unquote clients. Before she fled the U.S. in 1961, Novotny left her address book replete with the names and contact information of America's rich and powerful with the FBI. For quote-unquote mysterious reasons, the FBI dropped its case against Novotny and Towers and chose to destroy Novotny's address book as well as their files on both Novotny and Towers. So that's very interesting. You have the Hoover-led FBI basically doing the equivalent of destroying Ghislaine Maxwell's client list, and covering for efforts to sexually blackmail a sitting U.S. president that had previously brought down the British government. That's pretty significant in light of everything else that we've discussed. And of course, Cohn, his whole everything he said to the FBI in relation to this case, entirely censored. Thomas Corbely's interview with the FBI, entirely censored. Cohn acting as a go-between for Hoover as it relates to the Profumo affair. There's a lot of weird stuff here, and in light of the other things that have been discussed today, it is definitely worth noting that particular situation. Now I'm on page 59, and this is talking about further confirmation of the blue sweep thing. So as mentioned earlier, as noted by Burton Hirsch, another corroborator of this, aside from Kaufman and Summers and all of that, is New York Attorney John Klotz. In addition to that, though, we have another corroborator of these claims, which is James Rothstein. So I interviewed James Rothstein. We'll talk about that in just a second. But here on page 59, again, this was absent, as well as the mention of John Klotz, absent entirely from Diana Watson's video about this claim. Just pointing it out there. It says, further confirmation of Rosensteel's and Cohn's activities in the Blue Suite, later determined to be Suite 233, comes from statements made by Cohn himself to former NYPD detective and ex-head of the department's Human Trafficking and Vice-Related Crimes Division, James Rothstein. Rothstein later told John DeCamp, a former Nebraska state senator who investigated the Franklin scandal of the 1980s, which I talk about in chapter 10, that Cohn had admitted to being part of a sexual blackmail operation targeting politicians with minors during a sit-down interview with the former detective. Rothstein told DeCamp the following about Cohn, quote, Cohn's job was to run the little boys. Say you had an admiral, a general, a congressman who did not want to go along with the program. Cohn's job was to set them up. Then they would go along. Cohn told me that himself, end quote. Rothstein later repeated this years later, consistent over the years. He's talking to DeCamp about this in the early 90s, right? So he later tells Paul David Collins, a former journalist turned researcher, that Cohn had also identified the sexual blackmail operation as being part or related to the anti-communist crusade of the time, i.e. part of his affiliation with the McCarthy hearings, which, in the broader sense was really a factional power struggle within the U.S. government. So, obviously, it's very possible there could have been communist elements. I'm not going to dispute that and get into that kind of argument, but it's very clear from the research and the evidence that the McCarthy hearings were weaponized by people to basically get rid of political enemies who didn't necessarily have any provable communist affiliation, but may have been disloyal, for example, or viewed as disloyal or threatening to people that were sort of pulling the levers of the McCarthy hearings, and with Roy Cohn being one of those individuals who, as I mentioned earlier, from his early childhood on, it's just organized crime and very suspect people all the way throughout that guy's career. So anyway, the fact that Cohn, per Rosensteel's recollection, stated that this sex blackmail ring, and this is again specifically about the Plaza Hotel stuff, yeah, and I confirm that with Rothstein. We'll talk about that in a second. The fact that Cohn, per Rothstein's recollection, stated that this sex blackmail ring was part of the anti-communist crusade, coupled with Hoover's involvement in these quote-unquote Blue Suite events, suggests that elements of the government, including Hoover's FBI, may have been connected at a much broader level to the operation in a way that transcended Hoover's own personal involvement. And again, I note here, and there's no footnote for this. Probably I should have footnoted my own interview, so sorry about that. But I do talk about it in the text, and I'll try and release the audio if I can find it online. Rothstein confirmed his statements to both DeCamp and Collins in an interview with me that was conducted in early 2020. Oh, sorry, I thought it was 2019. Early 2020 then. He additionally told me that Cohn had told me that his role in the ring had originally come about because he himself had been entrapped and blackmailed, leading Rothstein to feel some sort of sympathy for Cohn. All right, so talking about Rothstein here. So this interview I did with him was a while ago, but he is consistent over decades of saying that Roy Cohn talked to him and confirmed that he was part of a sexual blackmail operation, specifically this one involving the Plaza Hotel and involving Hoover. So this is Roy Cohn saying it to an NYPD guy. Yeah. And I personally interviewed that NYPD guy. He repeated the same allegations he's been consistent with over the years to me. Okay. So, with regards to that, Rothstein also made some other claims that I did not include in the book, mainly because the only person that could corroborate them was his partner at the NYPD, who at the time of me interviewing Rothstein was deceased. These claims are a pretty big deal, and maybe I should have included them in the book, but I was worried about sourcing because, again, Rothstein is the only source for that claim, and I can't corroborate it. Okay, so that particular claim, for people that are interested, is that at Roy Cohn's Connecticut home, bodies of young boys who died as a part of this sexual blackmail operation as it played out because of the, I guess, intercourse involved, died in the course of that. That when that happened to these young boys, they were buried on the property of Roy Cohn's Connecticut estate. So I didn't report that because he's the only source for that, and I couldn't corroborate. Even though, I mean, yeah, it's a jarring claim to come from someone who's ex-head of the Vice Squad at NYPD talking about someone admitting their sexual blackmail activities to him, which, as we've been talking about pretty extensively for the past hour or so, there's several other people that said Roy Cohn was involved in those activities. He's admitting it to an NYPD detective and also saying kids died and they were buried on my house. Now, Rothstein said that he tried to go with his partner at the time and they were not able to find where the bodies were. So who knows if that's true or not? That's why I didn't include it in the book, but I'm noting it here because, again, Diana Watson claims I'm just including hearsay, and she talks about her book and her process and how she's okay including a person who's a single source because his claims were corroborated by other people or by herself. And I think when it comes to the Susan Kaufman Rosensteel claim, as we've been going, almost an hour and a half now, is corroborated. It's not a hearsay claim. And I think Diana Watson is painting a very biased, portrait of those specific allegations. I am one of the reasons I'm doing this response video is because she, by picking apart my end notes and the way that she did, is implying that I was trying to obfuscate my sourcing and was being irresponsible and not a good, I don't know the right word, basically saying I was trying to manipulate my audience, essentially to suggest that the anti-communists were the baddies and that communists were not affiliated with these activities. And that's, I think, a really unfair portrayal of what we're dealing with here. So on that particular note, though, I would like to say As you go through the book, again, she's only read like tops 3 chapters of the book. What I'm trying to do is explore a particular nexus of power that I argue involves a lot of people in either organized crime intelligence and or both. And I'm looking at their evolution over the years. So this particular group had involvement with the anti-communist stuff going on in the 50s and so on. But by the time that group develops and we get to Iran Contra, remember the Iran Contra nexus itself also was justified a lot of what they were doing as anti-communist, but at the same time, that, as I know later in the book, they start teaming up with Soviet people and people in China doing tech transfers, undermining U.S. national security, even though they're the anti-communist group. So again, I would encourage Miss Watson to read the whole book before making those sorts of claims. And implying that I'm trying to paint a particular narrative. I'm trying to just show the facts about this particular group who, as I've noted in interviews, have evolved a lot in terms of what they do from their genesis to now, and that they're ultimately about money and power for themselves and are willing to cut a deal with anybody to further that. And that becomes abundantly clear later on in history. But in this particular period of time, the people I'm writing about as it relates to this group, I connect later to Epstein. They were very involved in the McCarthy stuff, and I note that in the book, and that's just their connections during this time. But I don't think it's fair to paint my work the way she has done so, again, without reading the entirety of the book. So I will, I guess, just leave it at that. So everything we talked about today will be in the show notes. So you can go and look at the stuff for yourself, engage with the information. If you want to take Diana Watson's word for it, she'll just tell you that Anthony Summers is bad. People in the mainstream press attacked it and it's hearsay and awful, but she doesn't show you or read from any of Summers' work to make that point. And so I've tried to show Summers' efforts to corroborate his information, the different sourcing, and shown you the actual claims. You decide for yourself whether it's poorly sourced and the other information I've shown, whether you think that corroborates it or not. What I'm trying to do here is defending my methods and my research and also my book. And basically what I'm trying to do is lay out the information as I obtain it, and you make your own conclusions. That's how it's always been. And that's why I team up with people like Ryan Christian of T-Lab, the Question Everything guy, right? I mean, I think that's true with my work. So I do appreciate Diana Watson for looking at the end notes and encouraging other people to look at my end notes. But as I've noted here, I don't really think it's a fair assessment. So I would encourage her to respond to this, or people that found her video troubling to watch and share this one, perhaps. And if you're interested, if people watching are interested in looking and engaging with some of the sourcing of particular aspects of my book, whether it's volume 1 or volume 2, please let me know in the comments, and I'll do my best to get it out. All right. Thanks so much for watching. Take care.
A History of Central Banking and the Enslavement of Mankind by Stephen Mitford Goodson. Chapter 1. How Usury Destroyed the Roman Empire. Money, being naturally barren, to make it breed money is preposterous and a perversion from the end of its institution, which was only to serve the purpose of exchange and not of increase. Men called bankers we shall hate, for they enrich themselves while doing nothing. Aristotle, Politics. The monetary systems of the Roman era, 753 BC to 565 AD, may be divided into 3 distinct periods, where units of 3 different metals were used as the means of exchanging goods and services. Although there is evidence of modern human occupation, Homo sapiens sapiens, in the Rome area going back 14,000 years, with Neanderthals having lived there approximately 140,000 years ago, Rome as a city is traditionally said to have been founded by Romulus and Remus in 753 BC in a region surrounding the Palatine Hills, also known as Latium. According to the legend, Romulus, who killed his brother Remus, became its first king, but later shared the throne with Titus Tatius, the ruler of the Sabines. Around 600 BC, Latium came under the control of the Etruscans. This lasted until the last king, Tarquin the Proud, was expelled in 509 BC and the Roman Republic was established. The Etruscans, a people of Aryan origin, created one of the most advanced civilizations of that period and built roads, temples, and numerous public buildings in Rome. The first money used in Rome was the cow. This was not true money, but a barter system. Many early peoples used cattle as a medium of exchange. According to the legend of Heracles in the Aegean stables, the cattle kept there, over 3,000 in number, represented the treasury of King Aegeus. The Copper Age, 753 to 267 BC. As time went on, the Romans took to using, instead of cattle, irregular lumps of copper or bronze. These lumps were called ius rude, rough metal, and had to be weighed for each transaction. There was an increase in trade, and Rome became one of the most prosperous cities in the ancient world. This prosperity was based on uncoined copper, later bronze, metal which was measured by weight according to a fixed system of units. It was issued by the Roman treasury in the form of ingots weighing 3.5 pounds, 1.6 kilograms, with the full backing of the state, and was known as ius signatum, stamped metal, because it was stamped by the government with a cow, eagle, or elephant or other image. Sometimes they were made to resemble a scallop shell. In 289 BC, these ingots were replaced by discoidal, cast-leaded bronze coins, ius grave, heavy metal. They represented national money and were paid into circulation by the state, and each was only of value inasmuch as the symbols on which its numbers were recorded were scarce or otherwise. This money was thus based on law rather than the metallic content, although that content was standardized and the coin did have some intrinsic value, unlike most coins today. This can be considered as an early example of the successful use of fiat money. While fiat money is much criticized in some quarters, for example by the followers of Austrian economist Ludwig von Mises, there is nothing wrong with it as long as it is issued by government, not by private bankers, and is carefully protected against counterfeiters. Non-fiat money, in contrast, has the serious drawback that whoever sets the prices of gold and silver, i.e. private bankers, can control the nation's economy. Up to 300 BC, there was an unsurpassed increase in public and private wealth of the Romans. This may be measured in the gain of land. After the conclusion of the Second Latin War in 338 BC and the defeat of the Etruscans, the Roman Republic increased in size from 2,135 square miles, 5,525 square kilometers, to 10,350 square miles, 26,805 square kilometers, or 20% of peninsular Italy. In tandem with the expansion of its land area, the population rose from about 750,000 to 1 million, with 150,000 persons living in Rome itself. A partnership was formed between the Senate and the people known as Senatus Populusque Romanus, SPQR, the Senate and people of Rome. The political leaders were renowned for their frugality and honest virtue. The means of exchange was strictly regulated in accordance with the increase in population and trade, and there was zero inflation. Debt bondage nexum, whereby a free man offered his services as security for a loan plus interest, and where in cases of non-payment the debt had to be worked off, was abolished after plebeian agitation by the Lex Potelia in 326 BC. The Silver Age, 267 to 27 BC. The traditional money system was destroyed in 267 BC when the patrician elite attained the privilege to mint silver coinage. This change was typified by a patrician who went to the temple of Juno Moneta, from which the word money is derived, and converted a sack full of silver denarii to 5 times its original value by the simple expedient of stamping a new value on the coins. He thus pocketed a very substantial difference in seigniorage for his own private account. The early Roman silver coin was known as the drachma, and was modeled on a coin used in the Greek south of the peninsula. It was later replaced with the smaller and lighter denarius. There was also a half denarius, called the quinarius, and a quarter unit, called the sestertius. Still later, the system was supplemented with the victoriatus, somewhat lighter than the denarius, and probably intended to facilitate trade with Rome's Greek neighbors. There were very few deposits of silver in the Italian peninsula, and as a consequence the Roman army had to be expanded in order to conquer territories to obtain supplies. The Roman peasants, who had provided the Republic with food independence, were drafted in increasing numbers into the army. Agricultural production, especially corn, declined, and the peasant farms were replaced by latifundia, which were large estates worked by slaves. Wheat also had to be imported from North Africa. Tensions about granting citizenship and enfranchisement between Rome and her Italic allies resulted in the Social War from 90 to 89 BC. This lack of enfranchisement had led to the fragmentation of Roman society and the alienation of the working-class citizens, who were treated as chattel and who had no responsibilities and therefore no commitment towards the state. Until as late as the Second Punic War, from 218 to 201 BC, they were not allowed to serve in the army. This was a classic example of a society which had been monetarized. The Republic was weakened and there was increasing despotism. Piracy became a major problem, with raids taking place on the coast, villas being sacked, and travelers kidnapped. Violence became endemic and gangsters and terrorists were active in Rome, as there was no police force to maintain law and order. These are inevitable consequences of a society in which money had become the highest ethos. There was also political intrigue amongst the elite. Economic deprivation caused discontent amongst the poor, who were increasingly slaves from North Africa, and social unrest. This turmoil culminated in the revolt led by Spartacus in 73 to 71 BC. The first and second revolts were in 135 to 132 BC and in 104 to 100 BC. The Jewish role in the collapse. The first known Jews who arrived in Rome in 161 BC were Yehuda and Maccabee. These early Roman Jews employed themselves as craftsmen, peddlers, and shopkeepers. In the last occupation, they also indulged in money lending. As a community, they lived separately in apartments. They governed themselves according to their own laws and were exempt from military service. In 139 BC, the Jews, who were not Roman citizens, were expelled by Praetor Hispanus for proselytizing, but they soon returned. In 19 AD, by means of a senatus consultum, Emperor Tiberius expelled 4,000 Jews who had been involved in various scandals, but none of these expulsions was properly enforced, and their continued presence, in particular as usurers, would play a significant role in the decline and collapse of the Roman Empire. Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar, 100 to 44 BC, was born into an aristocratic family on July 12, 100 BC. He was tall and fair-headed and practiced briefly as a lawyer before becoming a brilliant military commander who conquered Gaul, France, in 59 to 52 BC. After his defeat of Pompey the Great in 48 BC at Pharsalus, Caesar became the undisputed leader of the Roman Republic. On his return to Italy in September 45 BC, Caesar found the streets and cities crowded with homeless people who had been forced off the land by usurers and land monopolists. 300,000 people had to be fed daily at the public granary. Usury was flourishing with disastrous consequences. The principal usurers, many of whom were Jewish, were charging interest rates as high as 48% per annum. As Lucius Annaeus Seneca, 4 BC to 65 AD, the philosopher, would later remark in De Superstitione, the customs of that most criminal nation have gained such strength that they have now been received in all lands. The conquered have given laws to the conqueror. At that time, there were two main political parties, the optimates, centered around the nobility, the Senate, and the privileged few, and the populares, who represented the citizens. Caesar immediately assumed leadership of the latter. Caesar fully understood the evils of usury and how to counter them. He recognized the profound truth that money is a national agent, created by law for a national purpose, and that no classes of men should withhold it from circulation so as to cause panics, in order that speculators could advance the rates of interest, or could buy up property at ruinous prices after such panic. Caesar introduced the following social reforms. 1. Restoration of property was done at the much lower valuations which held prior to the Civil War, 49 to 45 BC. 2. Several remissions of rents were granted. 3. Large numbers of poor citizens and discharged veterans were settled on allotments. 4. Free housing was provided to 80,000 impoverished families. 5. Soldiers' pay was increased from 123 to 225 denarii. 6. The corn dole was regulated. 7. Provincial communities were enfranchised. 8. Confusion in the calendar was removed by fixing it at 365 1/4 days from 1st of January 44 BC. His monetary reforms were as follows. 1. State debt levels were immediately reduced by 25%. 2. Control of the mint was transferred from the patricians, usurers, to government. 3. Cheap metal coins were issued as the means of exchange. 4. It was ruled that interest could not be levied at more than 1% per month. 5. It was decreed that interest could not be charged on interest, and that the total interest charge could never exceed the capital loaned, the in duplum rule. 6. Slavery was abolished as a means of settling debt. 7. Aristocrats were forced to employ their capital and not hoard it. These measures enraged the aristocrats and plutocrats whose livelihood was now severely restricted. They therefore conspired to murder Caesar, the hero of the people. On that fateful morning of the 15th of March, 44 BC, only 4 years after assuming power, he arrived at the Senate building unarmed, having dismissed his military guard, who had previously been in constant attendance. Surrounded by 60 conspirators, he was stabbed to death and received 23 wounds. The Gold Age, 27 BC to 476 AD. In 27 BC, shortly after Caesar's death and his deification, the Romans adopted the gold standard, which would have far-reaching implications for the financial stability of the empire and lead directly to its demise. Previously, during the days of the Roman Republic, gold coins were issued only in times of great need, such as during the Second Punic War or the campaign of Lucius Cornelius Sulla. There were very few gold mines in Europe, except in remote places like Wales, Transylvania, and Spain, and therefore most of the supplies could only be secured from the east. This in turn required a large and expensive army, which became engaged in constant conflict at the empire's fringes. The gold coin was known as an aureus. Also in circulation were the silver denarius and the copper coins, the sestertius, dupondius, and the as. The scarcity of gold or commodity money frequently induced periods of deflation as a result of the lack of a circulating means of exchange. In 13 BC, a measure of relief was provided when the weight of the gold aureus was reduced from 122 to 72 grains, and this remained the standard weight until 310 AD. However, metals continued to flow eastwards in order to pay for luxury items, religious dues, and usury payments. Furthermore, wear and tear resulted in the loss of 1/3 of total coinage in circulation over a 100-year period. As gold was treated as a commodity, its debasement was not tolerated. Emperor Constantine, 275 to 337 AD, personally ordered death for counterfeiting and the burning of public minters who committed falsification. Money changers who did not report a counterfeit gold bezant, solidus, were immediately flogged, enslaved, and exiled. These regulations were effective for the bezant, which weighed 70 grains and was slightly more than the bezant which was still circulating in 1025 AD and weighed 68 grains. In 313 AD, Christianity was tolerated by the Edict of Milan, and from 380 AD was established as the official religion by Emperor Theodosius I from 347 to 395 AD. From this time, monetary power resided in the religious authority of the Pontifex Maximus. A feature of the imperial era was social injustice and the undermining of the middle classes through excessive taxation. The Roman businessman was not a trader, but a looter of the provinces, as the homeland had a weak industrial production base, which was incapable of providing the required manufactured goods. As the monetarization of society continued, with the rich parasitizing the common man, the plebeians became more like slaves. The abolition of the jury system was symptomatic of the declining respect and importance for the common man in Roman society. Role of the church in the decline and fall. The tax that Emperor Constantine decreed, viz., that 1/10 of all income had to be tithed to the Christian church, hastens the destruction of the empire. Eventually, the church held 1/3 to 1/2 of all lands and accumulated wealth. This concentration of wealth produced a great scarcity of coinage. Money existed, but there was no circulation or distribution of goods and services. Instead of recycling the tithed money by means of investment in the community or charitable works such as construction of hospitals, schools, and libraries, vast hoards of gold were concentrated behind the 20-foot, 6.1 meter, thick walls of the fortress city of Constantinople and the Vatican fortress in Rome. In its last years in the 5th and 6th centuries, the Roman Empire had become a parasitic organism, subject to alternating phases of inflation and deflation. Its economic ruination preceded its political ruination. There was no industrial production, almost all food had to be imported, and usury was practiced on an unprecedented scale. The wealth of the empire that was not held by the church was controlled by 2,000 Roman families. The rest of the population lived in poverty. Consequences. The implosion of the western half of the empire in 476 AD, after repeated military incursions by the Goths and Vandals, resulted in the Dark Ages. A punishing multi-century deflationary depression followed. According to the United States Silver Commission of 1876, the metallic money of the Roman Empire at its height amounted to $1.8 billion, but by the end of the Dark Ages, it had shrunk to $200 million. Agriculture was reduced to subsistence level. Large sailing vessels vanished as there was no trade. Commerce stagnated. Arts and sciences were lost, and the knowledge of cement making disappeared. Major factors in the decline of the Roman Empire were the concentration of wealth, the absence of mining deposits for industrial production, and the vast importation of non-white slaves with the resultant degradation of the genetic value of the nation. By the 4th century AD, as a result of the continuing decline in Roman female fertility, slaves outnumbered citizens by 5 to 1. The most important economic reason was an inadequate supply of an inexpensive circulating medium of money and the false notion that money should be a commodity. Thus, from an economic perspective, the lessons from the fall of Rome are that of a dishonest economic system will inevitably contribute to the forces of dissolution. No society can survive a false economic system. For any society to function and prosper, it is absolutely fundamental that the means of exchange be issued free of debt and interest by the legal authority of the state as representatives of the people in perpetuity.
Lenses